Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back. This is Pxy-VERSE. Today we are continuing this, again, making of 3D webcomics, the pre-production stage, but I'm less than 1 week before starting to enter the pre-production stage. That means that I will continue streaming the pre-production. Maybe I'll be streaming the production itself when it starts, and I will be publishing those webcomics, 3D webcomics pages on YouTube, maybe on my Patreon channel as well, but Patreon page, I'm not sure. So because these are, yeah, YouTube is clearly like those blog systems. I don't like any of those things actually for a regular series, right? Although we have playlists, it's just those medias are crazy, right? But anyways, I think it can work. So let's get some soundtrack here. And alright, so I'm so close to be able to actually start this in a preferable manner. Today we're going to address certain stuff here. First of all, let's check here. So most things here, so maybe I start with those space landscapes because I don't know, I feel like doing them today. They are relatively simple and they are stuff showing the space there. Of course they're not showing well. Those are actually video clips which hold alpha transparency, and but they have low resolution, so it's all just was more for testing, right? And anyways, we can probably use them on some as screens, like something like on the table. Might be a bit crazy, right? But I wouldn't do this here. Actually, this is an asset. I would have to, if I would like to individuate, it doesn't have a screen, right? But here this is a screen. So in this case, if I could swap this material, I could place a galaxy here, a mini galaxy here. That would be great. But okay, so we are going to. Oh yeah, this is the light cards. Let's open this. And here we have a metal material which is not worked on at all. Let's see if this tubes. Here's another metal material. Yeah, the tubes pipe seems to be okay, relatively okay. I've changed their UVs, their system, their procedural texture. I need to revise them anyways. And here we have probably more work to do. So this is just a basic. I've thought about a crazy camera collision system here. Not sure it will work, but since I'm doing this stuff here, let's check what happened. Okay, I need to bring the camera here. And okay, I don't want to be on the camera. Let's bring the layout. Okay, but then let's go to the camera here. Let's stop playing the animation. Okay, so we got the camera here, and the idea of the collision is sort of very cheesy, but there is a well-known technique, maybe not a so well-known technique for rigging, which you can use as a substitute for floor. A rigger told me in some guy who actually has a YouTube channel. It's yeah, what's this? I think might have something. I don't know right now. But anyways, I don't know the reference. But anyways, when I know, I'll mention. So here, basically, the idea is that we can bring this. I've been using this in rigging for other features. I didn't know we could do this as a shrink wrap, but in a special, of course, I'm talking I would be talking about bone constraint, but this is a object constraint. So we're gonna target this whole structure, right? Actually, there's a little mistake here. I need to do this for the corridor, not for the crossing. Alright, so it will be here, and instead of getting the distance can be 0, yes, but we can try something 0.1, maybe 0.5, not sure what's happening there, but I need, instead of on surface, outside. So that means that now the camera will be cannot navigate on, okay, so interesting, very interesting. So apparently if the camera has got this kind of constraint, it cannot be, we cannot navigate with it. We need to delete. Okay, so that didn't work, but maybe you can cheat this if there's a chance that so that means that I cannot navigate with the camera. Yeah, I think I cannot choose this system because I'll have to get the camera follow an object, but then it will be a dependency cycle. Like, okay, like imagine that if we can parent the camera to, yeah, in any ways I'll have to constrain the camera, and the parenting relation would not constrain it the way is needed, so it will not respect ultimately the, so very interesting. So does this apply to any, yeah, so I didn't know about this, very interesting, but limiting. So we cannot use the navigation, we will have to do something, but maybe we can do something else, like, okay, I cannot use the camera, but maybe I can be outside of the camera and like for example, let's say I have a plane, then so I'm gonna parent the camera with the, I can do something crazy with this plane, but okay, then gonna, okay, I'm gonna pick this, gonna place the camera there, gonna align the camera with this this was copy attributes, okay, no, reset. Alright, so now we're gonna okay, maybe this works. Also we can parent the camera to this cube, keep transform. So now if I cannot lock this to the camera, but I can do something crazy, like if I get the object and get my okay, I'm looking, okay, the plane got distorted probably, yeah, it's What is this orientation? Okay, this is the base. I've made the camera the active object, the plane the active object of the camera, which is ridiculous, of course. But here, maybe now I want to see if I can the idea is a bit too oh, it's the opposite direction. No, this is... Alright, yeah, okay. Then I need to... Let's see if I parent it to... No, if I constrain this, let's see if same thing will happen. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. I'll have... So I don't have something to follow myself. This is weird. I need to have something that follow the viewer. How? But the viewer, the observer doesn't exist. What is the observer in Blender? Alright, so never mind. This maybe there's a way, but here we just... The problem is that I lost the reference. No, it is here. Okay. Let's return. Stop this rigging. There are many ideas and even add-ons to rig cameras and this kind of stuff. But what I was trying to do was something a bit different. Basically, I was trying to create a shrink wrap outside, right, so that the camera would not be able to move. When we navigate, we would be locked. Not locked, we wouldn't be able to... There would be a range on this object we wouldn't be able to bypass, and so that will work as a collision, right? Because now if I navigate, this happens, and it could be nice if we could do free navigation like that, like in a game, right? Engine. All right, let's go here, and we're gonna make some assets then finally. So, plan to have this ring planet. I'm gonna do some very simple stuff for the ring planet. It's a luminous one, like if you're looking on a, how do you say, an astron, how do you call this in English? In Portuguese is luneta. Spyglass. Okay, so a spyglass, yeah. Or even some astronomical advanced spyglass. So, like if we're looking at Venus or Saturn, or even the Moon, Mars, you know, with a spyglass, and then you can, what you see is, you can burn the eye if the spyglass is not has a special lens, depending on the spyglass, and it's too bright. So especially Mars, I think. No, not Mars, Venus, because it's very close to the sun, closer to the sun and rested, and it's big, and it reflects tons of light. Alright, so let's see here. The asteroids or the ring planet first? Let's do the ring planet and start with the... I will start in this case with the film, because I want to be looking at it from the camera. I'm gonna try to spot it in real time as we make some. Why not? We could try to watch it from what we're doing. Yeah, we're gonna try to watch from one of these windows. Why not? Okay, of course this is not the final view, but that should work. So we don't see ourselves, we are invisible. So I'm gonna add here a UV sphere. Yeah, I think I'll use UV sphere. This amount of subdivisions, yeah, acceptable. Shade smooth. Because it will be very far away, maybe not very far away, but we can cheat this distance for, or even the object themselves. Of course, we need to be careful about the, how to say, the parallax effect if you are and other stuff. It will depend of if there's any motions in the, if it's a starship and it's moving, or the spaces. I need to be careful about that. I'm interested about how to rotate space, the background itself, or move its travel, like if it's traveling. I think it should be pretty simple. There should be a mapping vector node, probably just get a frame there on the I'll try next. Yeah, it's very curious, those things, what you can do with background texture. So here I see we need a shader here to start with. The UVs of this thing, I think it's, yeah, here we're gonna, now let's do the shading first, because even though we don't have all the stuff here, we are going to just inspect the UVs. Yeah, that might work. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the film, gonna get close to it. Let's actually numpad period. Let's bring here a, okay, no, this is not this. Shift F3 certain times. Okay, so here it is. We could bring this as a, I have some materials here which are shining, but they need to be, yeah, so let's try from here. So I have already a pure emission lamp here. It's called not animated. You can just bring this to this object, and that would give us this. Let's render this to see what happens. Interesting effect. This is happening probably because of the, we are an EV, but what it is, the texture like in Workbench. Ah, interesting. This is not, okay, it's gray, but let's try another texture. Maybe we got something else to see what's going on here. Why do I have two of these ones here? dark corridor and furniture. Okay, so yeah, this is the furniture should be this one should be the correct one, but this is just for tests. Okay, this UV seems to be fine for this, so this is not a UV problem. Of course, if we try to do these other lights, yes, that will be a problem, because we don't want, we'll need to UV unwrap. Of course, we don't want something like that, so I think I would require a new emission shader just for this. So I'm gonna maybe reuse this and planet bright. Okay, then let's change here the random. Okay, we're gonna create here the rings. Sorry folks, okay, I don't know where those rings are. Okay, apparently we're getting some trouble with creating those. This circle is not being created apparently. Okay, so let's create then there you see, we see it. It's just not scaling here for some. Okay, scale along the. So this is super noobish stuff, right? Nothing special about these techniques I'm using here. So the only thing that's matter, yeah, we are doing this material here. Let's see if we rotate. So here, this is what matters. Maybe we can scale this down. Maybe we can subdivide this. Then we bevel. Then we delete these faces. Now we have this dual thing. Then we can GG and C, yeah, something like that. And I don't think there's anything else we can do. We could do some other things, of course. Maybe create a strange object, like, yeah, just another here. the orientation doesn't really matter. Okay, now let's decide what to do about the emission. So we are going to use some tricks here to change this emission in many ways. So we're gonna get the masks. Yeah, we need some procedural masks, so we're gonna use gradient texture. So this will be doing this mask, which is not interesting right now for us. We're gonna use something like spherical, yes, but still not good. We need to do this from the center of the object, and that seems more likely. We might have to do something different for that other object, but for now what would be radial here? No, it's spherical is fine. Then we gonna color ramp this. We can probably invert. So we're gonna make some variations very close to the rings. If we can. It's actually not very catchable, yeah. So we can't reach this, unfortunately, so what you can do is just maybe it's being jumped for some reason. As for what is happening for the rest, it looks like it is as a whole, so this is not really doing much. Yeah, this is not what I expected. So because it's spherical, so it's starting from the center of the object, is just getting it global, of course. I expected it to affect the gradient in the right, do something. At least we can separate, we can mask this, but this is like at least we can mask the rings from the from the center planet, but beyond it seems to be impossible to do anything relevant. Okay, but we'll use this. It might be useful for something. Then we gonna use this as a fact for the strength of the emission. And then we connect the emission, and here we could try some yeah, I'd like something like here, and then we going to, but this it's not good enough, so we're gonna want to multiply this math node. So this is how we, one way to use this, we just multiply. If no, I need to connect here, of course. You can see the results. If it's 1, it's just 1 is neutral, 2 is this, 3, 4, 5, and if you get the emission, yeah, we already see there's some variations there. Technical this is done. I wouldn't need, because the rest will be compositing. It's getting some strange effects there. I don't know where this coming from. Might be something about the glass. So I'm gonna get to the camera, this glass, the window, or it's actually an interesting thing that is happening there, but yeah, pretty interesting, like a black hole planet. I like, but I'm not convinced that something is wrong about the... Okay, clearly something is happening about the compositor. Then, of course, I know what's going on. This stuff. No, I don't know what is happening. This object is located planet ring. So it's not something about the fact that it will be in the background. I know what, I've just created it. So it is probably not appearing here. No, it is here. Okay. It has some glitch textures from Workbench. And strangely, it's just happening in the other scene. when we look with what is this will be. Oh yeah, I know this is these are glitches, bugs, complete bug I've reported. This is probably some workbench, solid viewport shading. No, it's workbench. Okay, so this is not compositing, this is about clipping issues. They can't solve this. Oh yeah, so this will be a way to solve it. So I probably need to change this to I don't know, this can be dangerous. Clip start 1 meter, what does that mean? Yeah, hold on, there's a subdivision surface modifier here. Oh, this gets... I think this needs the camera, right? I don't see any problem, but... Okay, so this would be a way to get this solved. Then we need here to bring this wrongly... Yeah, this door has... Okay, I have some asset here, which is this whole door has subdivision surface modifier, but should it? Why do I even have this? Oh yeah, I remember. I was using this for some features, and then when I remodeled this, we just check here, edge crease 1. Okay, so we can just add edge crease of 1 for everything. And this is like not having it at all, right? So I think this we can dump. It's a metallic door. We don't need. Some bevels could be welcome, but here we got enough good stuff. Alright, and now let's check back on the film. So if I get this and scale down, let's try to get an okay shot here, maybe this. Okay, the glitches are still happening, but now very weird. This is getting it's getting affected by the contour line art. It shouldn't, but I place it in the outside collection, so it's applying to the whole scene, right? I think. No, it's affecting dirty lounge. Maybe it's the grease pencil. No, not grease pencil, I mean the... Maybe this render here is using... No, it's not using outline. Maybe it's being bugged because of some object, because it's a new object on the scene. Maybe it needs some refreshment. This is not inverted, it's line art on the collection. I remember recently I had this problem on other objects, but I thought I had solved it. And maybe just augment the emissions then. Okay, where's the render? I mean the secondary scene. Okay, here. Okay, so you have the crazy inverted strokes. Yeah, I'm gonna reset. But see the glare. Yeah, the glare is exaggerated in this stuff. So it's not a question of this. This is having some excessive things, I guess. So I need to. Yeah, shouldn't be anything like this. Emission. Let's get some other variation here of color. Then we can also. Now, because I'm not having a good masking here the way I wanted for the ring. So anyways, we can try to I was having something on my mind. Yeah, I remember. Just so to try to fix this, gonna just do the reset here. Linked copy that this is workbench. Then here we want for the workbench scene we want maybe we're having different render types here possibly, and they were conflicting. Yeah, okay, anyways, workbench. Workbench, do you need the... We also have these values here, but do we need them? There, we can see where the glitches come from. All the way. Also, we are going to Does this exposure matter for you? I think it doesn't. This was primordially for EV. So something else to adjust, right? But it's a little detail, shouldn't be any problem. So maybe that is it. This is why I was getting slightly brighter compositing in the end. It's probably because of this. This was 0, but once I started to use a higher value, 0.25 in EV, and then I was resetting, refreshing this, right, recreating, it copied this value here. So I need to give this a comment for myself, or I could try to drive this value, but let's leave like this for now. So here we want the transparent. And so we see here. So you see, this is not an effect of compositing, it's just that here we get some sort of the render aspect. It could be some compositing. Compositing from the basics of Workbench, like not this, although this may affect. I need to fix this, right? Whatever happens here is not sufficient. Yeah, so anyways, this compositing, yes, we don't want also this for this workbench. So usually what I do, I totally delete this, and let's turn it off. I have an extra here that is not being used. We need to fix this one. They are not equal. They do not interchange the link, the composite setup. It's not automated. So this is why I prefer to just delete to avoid confusion. So here we're gonna try this again. There's another thing now that this material is fixed here. It's a new one. I can go here and surface, change this to, no, it's not here, it's the workbench texture one. Settings, no, I'm confusing with another thing. Preview, no, viewport display. Okay, so we're gonna use this one. And roughness, no, I'm gonna make this very reflective, and that's it. Now you see, when you look this on Workbench, we see this. Now I'm gonna try one last time. And alright, this is worse. So this seems to be something that is happening to the mixing. Oh yeah, we got some weird mixings here. This screen, oh yeah, it's the emission. This case there, it's too bright, and then it's probably the screen, right, sort of destroys it. Yeah, this too bright. Oh, the same thing might be happening to these ones. Yeah, so that I was having some change in the colors because of this screen. Actually, yeah, so probably need to be careful about this screen, or maybe just color dodge can be even worse. Interesting, color dodge is having a less destructive effect when it comes to the emission, but it was okay, it's something about lighten and screen. This was my trouble, and looks like the screen currently is the dangerous one for these emissions. So I could use screen, but I need to reduce the values. Here with lighten I can augment, but I'm not sure if the tones, everything are the same. It's difficult. Let's see. About the scenery in general. If I keep this high value, change to screen. Screen is ignoring the planet. Okay, it's just a reference to the planet. So this is fucked up, but emissions fucked up, but the scenery. Screen is a little subtler on the scenery on this high value, but it destroys the. Then let's try some other stuff like. Okay, I think this is a crash. Let's and then reopen Blender. I saved. This glitch on my graphic card is Blender and graphic card, and compositor need to re-render. No, these are too bad. So yeah, really something about screen and lighten. So I'll do this, right? So I'll reduce just a little the FAC, or maybe. Yeah, now let's leave like this, then I keep lighten instead of screen. And screen, I'm gonna add the information here. This is not screen. And now some notes. For for myself. So basically, these are compositing nodes. So basically, screen will blow up emission, strong emission. Screen mix, yeah, it's a mix color. Is brighter, softer than what is the other? What's the name? Is bright, lighten, yeah. It's just a detail, but if I don't have it here, I might forget. So it's important notes for. Then lighten, but will blow up strong emission. Because I don't know the theory, it's enough of the theory. So it's like I'm a bit blind to it. There's a lot of things going on, anyways, right? So these little tips here can get. So I don't need to care about this. Whenever I return, I might. To the if I have some also just remember clip start, remember slightly augmenting, help reducing solid, workbench or solid viewport artifacts. So this is a problem of the render engine itself, especially example. Yeah, I know what's the example. So for far objects. Remember. So here is just some good information, because if I forget about this or I miss this information, yeah, now this is good. It's not great, but that's okay. I'm still getting these strange contours there. But maybe it's a bug that maybe this thing is duplicated. Interesting proposition. Like the grease pencil would be rendered twice from Workbench and from EV, while it should be coming from. Yes, this is possible. This is why I need to find a way to composite grease pencil, to control it from the compositor. So here, of course, if I disable it, I can't because it's driven, but let's say I do this. That is synchronized. Yeah, except this, but this is not rendering. Yeah, because these are linked scenes. I don't want to make a third scene to render layer for this. This is an inconvenient. Hold on, but there is something else here. Line art. Ah, okay. I can bring it from the scene. This will mean? No, it's not like that. It's not like it's affecting the collection, it's affecting the... No, this is the... I cannot pick the scene, so it's not like that. This is just, it will affect the whole scene, so it will affect both scenes, since it's an object which exists in both. Okay, there's the possibility to affect, yeah, object by object, but it's affecting Dirty Lounge, but it's going beyond for some reason, and it starts affecting this planet, which is not there. I believe this is the case. Okay, the other options I'm not familiar with, but yeah, nothing new here is really. And then I have a tint where we could probably try to extrapolate something real crazy here, just to see if it's true that the grease pencil is there. It looks like, now this unsure here, but clearly it is here. So maybe this is not about the grease pencil. I thought it would be the glass. Let's try this render. And here we got this weird thing, despite the change we've made on the compositor. Let's try it here. So apparently the glass is filtering the madness of the colors, and yeah, so probably need to change here again this shading. This multiply might be the culprit, so maybe just try 2. Okay, that might be usable, but you're still getting this weird contour. They're not horrible, but it's annoying because I didn't ask for them. I'm remembering something about the videos, but I don't remember what would be. What was, I will have to rewatch what I did, that I having these effects. Alright, so apparently we got this solved, and actually the information that I've put here, maybe it was not totally correct. Actually the problem with planet ring was the multiply. Yeah, it's a lot of yeah, they're stuck like it's like rigging, right? Everything is concur to solve to generate the problem, and so that means that I can probably go back to my previous one screen on a value about like this. Let's see. And here from outside the room will show the definitive answer for the time being. Yes, so this is it. Just a stupid multiply emission. Must be careful about this. Done. So asteroids. So they can be close. I could do this geometry nodes, I think, but yeah, like some sort of I've got an idea here. Like an asteroid belt. I've got some idea here with procedural. But I still need an object that will it itself could be procedural. But yeah, let's start with at least an object that could remember an asteroid. Of course, this is not the great kind of asteroid, but it's big enough. We need different size of it, so it will be my instance object, right? So here's the best thing, right? It's okay, we can sculpt, or we can do what we can do, proportional editing, right? And these asteroids, they don't need to be we can subdivide this thing, and we can use proportional editing, and we can so rocks, we can make rocks with varied polygons, geometry, right? So we could try to start cutting this in some weird ways, and this, I think this tends to provide better content. Let's also see where this is. Cube, move to background. So gonna asteroid 01. It's better not to have this end gun. Here we could have I think I'm looking at this part here. You know, there's this crease here. Let's do this suggestion. And alright, this is fine. Then we're gonna bring this. I have some materials indeed. We could do a metallic asteroid, or instead maybe concrete asteroid. No, we're not in this stage of pollution, universe pollution yet. This kind of is not very suitable for an asteroid, naturally speaking, so it doesn't look very good as well. A wood asteroid, also some sort of contamination. So here we need the other rocks. I think I have just a few ones. The brick asteroid. No, I'm gonna get the gonna have to unwrap this thing anyways, but I want some of course I'm not gonna use this. Where are the other rocks? Okay, I have some crazy asteroid, glowing asteroid. Eye asteroid. No, velvet asteroid with some patterns. No, so the cotton asteroid. This looks like rock, but in some the patterns, not the colors. and the reflection. So we can, okay, so we need to bring a sand asteroid, but we don't see the no, this is planet brightness, not sand. I got confused. So the galaxy reflect. So let's go bring some. Let's bring from here. So we have metallic stuff. No, we are not. This is an interesting proposition. Like, why this couldn't be a geological pattern? No, let's not exaggerate stuff yet. I want some metallic asteroids are not fake, they are true, but so this could be useful, but I want, this looks like a Hulk garbage from space, so we want the, what about this one? For metallic asteroid, so here is the concrete asteroid. This is what the material that I've thought, but from this distance it doesn't have enough resolution, so we want something that will be more like this. Yeah, I think this will make more sense. And we have even metamorphic rock, and then we have this one. Very weird for a marble thing, and a metamorphic, those are not the kind of thing that's going to space. So this will be a little close to a more regular planet, but it's a bit too dark, and granitoid is also not the kind of thing that will be exploded into space, but maybe also not this thing, but this looks more like meteorites, plenty of them, so we're gonna keep this. It's also dark, so there's an advantage in this, is that it will be a bit more scarier, and we will look at it on occasions. This instance is particularly big, so we're gonna the glass is preventing us to see this stuff. Okay, so now the idea is to use this asteroid as a as an instance for some sort of crazy geometry nodes stuff, which there are many ways to do this, so I could try the idea of any shape here would do, but let's try this torus, but it's yeah, let's try a torus, and we're gonna use this as a, we're gonna convert it to mesh, so geometry nodes, new, so here we could use the geonode stuff. We have /numpad /isolation. Alright, so first thing, we're gonna curveify this, mesh to curve, meaning that I've lost the object. It's torus, right? It should be findable. Yeah, there it is. So no, it's not scene collections. Background. Okay, so it is here, and I need, okay, there it is. So it's a curve that is there. We could also do instead the, yeah, I'm not deleting this. Do you have primitives? Add mesh primitives. Apparently there is not torus here. Okay, so I don't know if I can do this with this, so but let's try. Okay, then I'm going to instance on points logical. So this means that I don't have anything there. I have instance on point, but there's nothing representing those instances. And now I'm gonna bring the asteroid, no, actually the torus, we're gonna get here into geometry nodes, right? We're gonna hold this to here, object info. So now we just have to drag this, yeah, it could be relative, so it ignores the thing. Now we have, I don't know what to have, maybe the scale is very bad. There are too many of them, and their scale is ridiculously large. So let's transform geometry and scale, let's say value to 1, value to 0.01 maybe. There we go. So you have a lot of these little asteroids on a torus. Then we can sort of randomize their size. We can do all sort of stuff. So there's a random value. So I've been seeing this over and over on tutorials. I think even the Geometry Nodes Galaxy tutorials that I watched, they use this. One of them, for sure, the first one I've made, use this random value. You have this on shader editor, but I don't know, I just find this much funnier now in the geometry nodes. This is actual 3D stuff, right? I don't know, I feel more comfortable with, even though I understand much less about geometry nodes than the shader, I like this ability to make crazy things in 3D space here, and I have more control of the 3D space. Let's say I'm starting to get into the logics of the creative process of geometry nodes. So here we got this value. Yes, I can have this value, but I think I can say that I want this as a minimum, and then, which is probably not needed, and then, no, this is not how this works. Okay, so probably need to, vector, there we go. Okay, so I want minimum from this, just to have some more organization, because like 0.03 to where is to, let's say 1. should be easy to spot. No, still not working. Okay, because this is not a... This is not okay, because this thing is not is a vector, but it's not a field. This one is a field, so probably can do this here. So here we would have some, so I can control the instance from here. I don't need this other thing. So here we can we are indeed having okay, so we have plenty of debris like here, but we need a few more here it's already too much. We can probably also random the rotation. The rotation is not the same thing, I guess. Yeah, let's start with 0 and then yeah, -1, 1, -1, whatever. Actually, whatever thing here. Should be okay. Okay, so notice that I'm using this this curve here just as an input there, which could be incorrect. Like maybe you have more variations with this directly than like this. They get very organized, right? So maybe you don't need the curve here. So it transforms the faces into this stuff, right? The problem is that where do I control the number of this stuff? And I'd like to have more yeah, I don't remember what to do with this. Anyways, let's just risk a little more of the maximum scale here. might happen some collisions there, right? So 45, all right. What else could I'd like to distort like this. Oh, we can. I got some crazy idea. Okay, we gonna parent this to the main asteroid, and actually, we're going to do something. What is the? Okay, we're gonna. Nah, this is dangerous. I cannot apply scale this, will change. No, it didn't change. Okay. Yeah, so I was thinking of using itself in here, like to be more economical, but whatever. No, I'll ignore this. So we can still scale this. Yeah, it has interesting feature. Alright, so we can use this here, place this here, rotate, scale, and probably make some distortion, like, and then we're gonna it is carrying this stuff, and we can make it rotate. So we can, let's see, okay, it's already parent, right? Yes, I remember. I want to augment the scale now. The maximum scale, so we get this. Why not? Can try to squish that. It will be a different form, right? So I don't want to distort this stuff yet. It'll be more about distorting the mesh itself, right? We could do this, because the mesh controls their location, and we could also do a lot of yeah, this mesh is actually pretty useful, because we could negate the presence of some of them. Yeah, they do not exist in the center, so this is annoying. But we could try to delete some faces here, for example, so we have a gap, which might be more interesting. So as for this, we can GG this, GG, and maybe here we can select this. So these are just nearly working as curves, right? Somewhat. And then scale in relation to the center of them. We can try to, for example, yeah, move this in relation to 3D cursor. I'm using proportional editing here. No. yeah, so I tried to align or disalign this in some ways. Yes, this is nice. So no more Taurus, it was destroyed, but we can use the... I can do much more than that. Just thought, of course, we can use this mesh as a way to... Right, we can make a road of this thing. With... no, not like that. We can make yeah, but it sits on points, instance on faces. No. I think this is actually okay. Let's try to do points on faces. Okay, this will distribute this, but what are these points? Where can I decide what they are? Then we bring the instance on points, I guess, and then we bring the geometry. And density, let's this is taking a while to load. Let's reset this. Connect this to rotation, connect this to scale. Oh yes, and then we control the density of these positionings here. So okay, we can, and if this is correct, then these positions will not be on the points, and they will be randomized on the faces in some ways. Yeah, that looks random to me. And so here we go, a road of those things. And who cares about anything else? Now, how cool is this? For this is the best. Okay, let me connect this stuff here. And do you need any other connection there? Why not? Yeah, let's make a No, let's just leave like that, doesn't matter. So we can probably ignore this one then and just leave. Oops, I think this didn't work. Yeah, of course we need to connect this here. There we go. We are back. These nodes are a lot of stuff, so I don't have a good organization for them yet. The only thing I'm doing is that I'm snapping here, so at least they have these alignments. Strangely, this thing is not responding to the... Okay, now it is. Alright. And when this rotates, it looks like... the small asteroids are also rotating. They're receiving double rotations, right? So okay, I can take that. So let's bring this, let's go back to the camera actually, and here we got yeah, so do we maintain this scale? I'm not sure, but we can add a driver here, right? Oops. No. Okay, the big one, then let's try to do something like that. And let's say that I would apply scale, then drive the rotation, yeah, apply rotation. Yeah, actually it's hashtag frame. So when I press here, then we divide this by 10, maybe by 20, by 50, or even by 100. Okay, we would need to have it match the, I don't know how to make it follow the this, and it's probably something that relates to the frame end, but I don't have a value for this. I don't have a variable that represents this, so I know in geometry knows there's a way to, something relates to tau for cyclic stuff, but whatever, we can keep that, and gonna copy driver, paste driver, paste driver. That's fine. We can also, no, I'm not gonna do for location. We can just keyframe those things also works. Problem is that now it's locked from rotation, which is a bit frustrating. Okay, let's go back to layout. And try to let's render not a just a frame, not too much here. This is in front, is not gonna help. Also this one. Let's try to look closer at this. First time compositing this, let's see what happens. We're getting some glitches. This is because the looks like chocolate, but the problem here is probably starts too far away, but more than that, we need to fix its material rock. No, the material is this, I think, was coordinated. Yes, so I'm not gonna touch that. Could be that the the object is okay. So we have this is called asteroid Taurus. No, it's already there. It's child. These are just duplicates of this galaxy, so we don't just need to. What about shade smooth this stuff? No, maybe not. Okay, so something very weird is happening about this. Oh, the faces, right? Face normals? No? Well, just in case, I'm gonna UV unwrap this again. We're going to do something about here just in case something's covered. Normal, reset vectors just in case something is corrupted. Let's also try to render from this angle. It's going to be interesting. Could be something about the lighting, but the shading is just... There's a... No, this material is like... It's already working, right? Shouldn't... It has some bump. Maybe. We'll try with another thing if it fails. Maybe it's getting some crazy reflections because of some of its properties. It has some metallic stuff. I don't think that will be the... No metallic. Yeah, it's... no, it's non-metallic, I think. I can't change it now, so we're gonna just add another material here and whatever. We're gonna try the another one rock that I liked, maybe this one. This will be a good contrast, and we assign something. It's like they are getting this. I know is glitch from Workbench. It's some shadow effect, so maybe these objects from space which are far away, maybe they shouldn't be rendered in on Workbench, but then it's like they should be opaque, like yeah, we see how far this stuff are, right? We're going to go back to Workbench, the real Workbench scene here, and see those major glitches there, and see if we can do anything about this by bringing this close. Yeah, so we see that it starts to vanish, so it has to do with shadow and I think cavity. So those things, they create. I was slightly successful at by following some instruction they gave me in Blender. Which was, maybe we can change here and change this clip start. The end won't do nothing, but the yeah, so because this is an artifact, there are two kinds of artifacts I identify. One is those lines, and the other is, we don't see them here, they some holes that appear, strange mini balls, that shiny balls that looks like hole perforations in the ground. Yeah, so caused by cavity and shadow. So each one here you don't see because it's for some reason we don't see here. Ah, maybe it's okay. Ah, curiously, it doesn't occur on flat. Ah, so it's this is new. Okay, unfortunately, flat doesn't have the Light Studio. No, I mean, yeah, this stuff, but we can mostly achieve. We can probably achieve similar results with flat. Yeah, because a lot of the compositing anyways that I want for a workbench. So okay, so maybe we can cheat the glitch, the bug, right? It's a real bug. They don't know how to solve. Or they know, but they don't have resource right now to do that. So that means if I go back to the render engine, let's pick EV and put it flat. So this will be the correct technique. So everything is the same except that I'm not using this so this will reduce a lot the quality of my workbench, but will prevent these artifacts, and that is serious business. So I think we're going to, how do we name this, lighting, yeah, Studio Matcap flat. Okay, here's another trick that worth noting. So flat lighting, differently from Studio Matcap, is immune to bug glitches. To structure, to software glitches of shadow and cavity for workbench render engine, and also slightly sometimes can be fixed by this is related to the previous topic, so it's actually, yeah, we can and here is alright, so these are some conclusions essentially. So let's try now, and the problem is that this will have a serious impact possibly a serious impact in my compositing results overall. We'll see. Maybe it's even better. I can't know without checking. So we want to film. Strangely, things seem smoother here to navigate, but maybe just a stupid impression. We're going to get the compositor here and camera, yes. So yeah, there's a lot of difference already. Remember something else, folks. Remember on refresh. Refreshment. So I have many things here, which is like it's the workbench render layers compositor. Then we have the exposure render tab, transparency maybe, and I think that's it. There's just the three things. And yeah, we can say that we've concluded the asteroids, two big ones here. So space landscape done, props not done. Okay, let's find it. Let's render this at once and see what do we get. Okay, we are free from the glitch, which is positive, but I don't like the way this is getting. It's the lighting. It shows how much the lighting is not good here for this material, for this. So maybe this is better. Maybe it's just too bright out there for these materials. We are having again this crazy Okay, I don't know what's going on with this particular one, but what I could do is try to rearrange the UVs here. This is still using this, right? So this is too obvious. Okay, let's try this. It's having the same effect, so Looks like we have some very strong lights out there that are they shouldn't be. We see from here that there's some very aggressive light in them. Yeah, they have nothing to do with interesting. Okay, so maybe these sunlights are okay. This one is not rendering anyways, but maybe I'll have to do something about this one. So let's just try this and this. So this method maybe I'll have to revise for these outside objects. But it's not working. The material seems grayed out. Maybe this is because of how I've set these lights like this. Just get the diffuse. No, that doesn't make sense. Okay, let's do this then. This fake sun has a strong light of its own. Maybe having... Oh, I know, of course. I think I forgot something here. No, the scene is here. We're having trouble with flat color of this material. Oh yes, okay. So, but like this. Alright, so this is a case in which my procedural workbench is not working. Because this something about the size of this object, I don't know. It's like, of course, just playing here. but this is actually a good one. So something about this node here is not contributing for this after I've used the the missed pass. Yes, because this is too far. I'm using this, I guess. No, but it's not possible because the problem was already showing in spite of the problem was already showing here, but the missed pass is not. It's not going here, so it's something about starts already here. And see, I have some glitch even despite the flat. So of course, if I do something like here, we can sort of ignore this huge material, so we end up having something more interesting, but it's quite crazy. Beautiful colors and questionable composition, but I'm gonna save this madness here. I imagine this animated, right? We can render in this way, like, yeah, let's make a, if we play animation, we have this, right? Let's reposition. What is this stuff? Oh, it's part of the asteroid madness. Okay, so let's try to. What is this? No, it's just an object. Okay, let's just render a few frames here. I don't know what is this galaxy in front of the glass. I'm not understanding what's. Oh, it is too dark, right? Frame 4. Yeah, this will take. I should cancel, there are better things to do right now, but like augmenting the light, because we can't see anything inside. But I want to see the motion, the animation. It won't gonna loop. this was halfway. So the advantage of doing 3D webcomics is that we can render still image sometimes. You don't need to go hybrid like I want with not just 3D webcomics. I'm comparing with 3D animation, of course. (15 frame). You see that this is pretty fast rendering for this. They really have been doing a great job in EV despite all the complaints and all the issues, right? All the complications. It's really better now, I think. Actually, this 4.4.3 Blender version iteration, for me it was a game changer for EV. It's all broken like in my scenes, and suddenly in this version it just became God, like stable, clean. I don't know what happened, but I think it was not me, it was Blender. So let's control F11 and see if we yeah, this is kind of crazy, right? Yeah, I don't like here the corners, but like it's very nice, very nice. Okay, so can I save this even? Yeah, I would like to save video, but I think it will be rendered anyways. It should have been rendered as a sequence of files, maybe. It's set to render images. No video, so it is there with a wrong name, whatever. This lighting is good, right? But of course it's not the final, it's not the true compositing, not even close, I guess. And oh yeah, I need to see what happens with the flat lighting from Workbench here. Let's see what I'm gonna get anything here that could make sense, and we are going to render right, something like this. Now we need, yeah, I knew I was forgetting something. Need to change the lighting and bring back this EV thing. It's clear now that little more important for me now to visualize that I need to find a solution for this tetrahedron suns, at least when it comes to the outside place. Let's see what we can get here. 4.4.x is a welcome Lucas Smith. Is a game changer as well. They dubbed it as winter of quality. It's so great what they've done between They are mentioning, yeah, Blender 4.3 and 4.4. Yes, I agree. I was there. It was really good. And here, yes, and right here, what I'm saying is that between Blender 4.4.2 and 4.4.3, so it's like a mini iteration. That is where I'm talking about this little thing that at least me, I saw some interesting improvements on it. Look at this. This flat rendering here, flat workbench, very interesting. It's very different. Things are more colorful, a bit darker though. I'm not sure if there are other aspects, but this is not a bad approach. It's different. I'm more accustomed to the other one. Let's get here. But yes, between, like, for me, rigging improved a lot in the from 4.3 and 4.4. That I can also say. For EV, I'm not so sure, because when I was using Blender 4.3, I was not dealing too much with rendering and compositing. I was not doing too much stuff there. But I believe, yes, it was game changer when they switched to 4.4, although 4.0 was had some lot of issues to fix, but they quickly fixed, if I don't remember. And then they was needed some patience, but eventually this current version is really nice. And right here, oh, you are not seeing what I'm looking at a render. Yeah, sorry folks, I'm looking at the result of the rendering. Sorry, let's update here, change the window. Now you can see what I'm looking at. Sorry, I forgot about this. The window doesn't show in. So this is where it is. I think now you can see it. Yes, now you can see. So sorry about that. So this render here is what I'm talking about. It's different than what I was getting. It's somewhat very darker. Oh no. This is my mistake. This is it's not because of this. Let's check those switches. Yeah, no. Now things are okay. I'm gonna re-render. We're gonna see. Yeah, I'm gonna re-render. I was rendering black and white grayscale for Workbench, so for some reason that was getting very darker than it needed. Okay, so now it's a little better in terms of brightness, but this is quite different than in my memory than what I was. So it's not just a switch thing in the compositor. We're gonna make a test here. So this is slot 1 and this is slot 2. I'm going back to workbench here and we're gonna these materials here, they are not ready. They have image texture apparently. But that's okay. It's not a problem. Not a problem not a serious problem. We want to recover here the glitched data. I'm gonna bring, so this will be the difference. So this is a personalized, customized Light Studios thing. I have many of them, but I was using probably the last one. No, there are many. Okay, but let's leave this one because I think this is what I was using before. We are going to render now from Eevee again. Well, the result is not... I was wrong. So I don't know what I've changed here that this looks different than... maybe it's the mist pass. So no, the flat... Well, this is good news actually, because that means that I can totally use this flat. It's not really improving anything serious, right? It's doing nothing special. It could have a very impactful thing, but apparently not. So this could have much more impact, and this we can't use on flat, but it's garbage usually. It's just a special effect. Can be useful on certain tricks. Let's try. Let's see what happens. So okay, so this specular effect from the studio is actually something that can help in some effects of enlightenment of the scene. So this is very interesting. You see, look at these corners here. Of course there are many other ways to get better lighting. The cost of doing that is that it's hard to control setting. It's a hard to control setting, and this brights off a little too much the there would be, it grays out some important stuff, while here we have some more raw lighting or darkness shading, so this can be useful. And so this doesn't seem for me to be a good reason to, because I want to get flat now, so to get rid of the artifacts. Because, well, we can't solve, Blender can't solve them, so the idea is to, okay, then how to get this flat as good as possible. This will, like, okay, you can render things that are distance, close, you don't need to create new scenes or whatever random trick. Very tedious, very annoying to make. I don't even know how to solve everything with that, or even if it's possible. So by just clicking this instead of this or this, I'm getting good results equivalent to this customized thing. Is not really getting a great effect in this dual compositing. It's not being really impactful. I have other things which are more impactful to this, so this is safe apparently. We won't be able to use that, the last feature with the, but it works. We don't need this outline, it can be dangerous. So maybe we can play a little more with these settings here. This shadow, maybe it's could contribute a lot for improving this. I'm not sure right now. Yeah, this is interesting, but can probably change this. It's like a global light. Okay, we can do this. Then if we augment, okay, let's leave it a low number, I don't care now. Shadow focus, shadow termination angle, shadow factor hardness. Okay, we're gonna leave it whatever, just some variations. I didn't see anything. Let's try just a little less both. Yeah, cavity, so we want, so let's augment the reach. We're gonna grow the valley screen space. We want gonna get about here, valleys. We don't want a lot of this, so something about here. Sort of fakes ambient occlusion, right? Now this one, yeah, the combination of them sort of fakes ambient occlusion. So this ridge, these ones, world space are tend to be easier to use than these ones, which are harsher on the image. Depth of field, which is use depth of field viewport using the values from the active. Okay, maybe this is useful, but I don't see right now how to employ it. Let's use this new setup here. Unfortunately, I have to copy this. I have backup of these values on some previous version, so it's not, it's okay what I'm doing here. These are not gonna drastically change the results, except here I don't know if I can copy this thing, but there's not a specific value to this. Oh yeah, we can, great. So I'm gonna go back to EV here on the EV scene, and we're gonna try to re-render this. Soon we're gonna bring the character Dorothy. Yeah, okay, good render, fine render, despite this dangerous changed. Let's try to re-render this now. Okay, so the Saturn, the planet is good with its emission. This is too close, it's not good. I'm having this excessive brightness because of the suns. We're gonna try to this emission seems broken. It's not bad on the alien plant or whatever it is, but it's not very far from this, so something is burning those lights. Let's try to get here exposure 0. Again, these are emission shaders. Okay, now it's not this exposure, so it looks like it's something on the compositor that is causing this. So the emission shaders here, I should check their shading. Although it's a linked material, we should be able to visualize what it is. Okay, this is not a... The material is not here, so we're gonna check something else which might contain this. I don't remember which asset besides this contained this wireframe thing. Okay, never mind. So we're gonna just try to I need to have this in the scene, right? So let's just use the door, add the material, let's bring it here. It's linked, then we're gonna check here. It has an emission. Ah, there we go. Okay, I need to change this. They are bursting. They are one of the problems. Here, this. I'm gonna change this. This stuff. We need to check where this emission is coming from. It is being sourced from furniture, so we're gonna go in there. Probably you can go there from here. And save item. So we're gonna use the add-on named. Oh, it has collapsed. Edit linked library. It's because this shader I made so long ago, and even the driver, so I just don't remember. Yeah, I just left this there and didn't care about. But of course, these emissions are ridiculous. We need to 2 seems to be fine. In my other with the Saturn, 2 was fine. So I'm gonna keep it at 2, and then whatever is driven here. Yeah, so I have this problem here, that this formula, it gets from 0 to about 2, right? So that is still good. So it's not okay. Now it's fluid. I'm trying to notice what happened to the, but nothing seems to happen. Maybe because it was supposed to. Yeah, so let's try this. I need to investigate what is this shader about. So this doesn't seem to be doing anything. This is just pure like that. And this is a this is the wire. Okay, we have why this even is important. I probably seen this somewhere, but right now it makes no sense to me because I don't. Yeah, no, I'm gonna keep this setup even though. Okay, I have a base color that is black, and we have this emission which tries to combine with, but whatever it's not working. So let's take this off and try again. And this is a mix shader. Okay, so we are getting, as the animation plays, we are seeing, yes, we are seeing, and then we can probably change here. It's too slow. Let's reduce it to 20. Yes, this is better. Let's do 25. And we can also set this to apps. So that everything will be never reach absolute, right? It's the normalizer, I don't know, in maths. The brackets, square brackets in maths that will normalize the negative value becomes positive, absolute, right? So here that is an improvement. I didn't know this technique before, now I know. Just Python coding there for representation. So if now I connect this, I seriously don't know why this would help. Maybe this has an effect in the... I want to see if it has to do with what is... Ah, yeah, this is nice. Okay, so as I suspected this, but I don't understand why it goes here. Wouldn't it be better if it did something? Alright, so whatever, we're gonna keep that. Then we have this other, when we mix, then we have the wireframe. Okay, the wireframe. Okay, why not inverting this stuff then? Okay, so I understand the idea here, so we're gonna get this thing here. When we get the emission, we get this, which is interesting, and so interestingly, we don't need, if you have something that has a zero emission that makes it black, where are you? Report display. This is white? No, this is black. Okay, so I have this. So that means that, why do you mix this shader? Let's just we can mix this with a wireframe. Okay, so I need to investigate. This wireframe, we can bring it. Ah, I see. Maybe we can do this. No, this is... yeah, maybe. These are... They bring their data. Okay, so this looks like... This looks closer than the original, and it's more economic. we could even leave like this. Okay, I will leave it as this. This is interesting, but okay, let's assumedly, because an emission of 0 is black. I don't know what else it does, but okay. And here we don't need this, and then we have the driver there, and we have this add. We are still gonna mess up with this. Value might be interesting. No. No, if you reduce the factor, yes. Okay, I like this crazy one. So let's bring this as an improvement. Revamp. And then we can, what you can do here, save, then return to original. So this will at least prevent these emissions to be exploding, right? So maybe we lost some quality, but I can always resume this. It was important to make these changes. And here we still don't know what to do with these graying colors. So I've concluded it was not the mist, but just to be sure, we're going to unplug this. Yes, no need to unplug, we're just going to ignore the mist pass. Okay, no, it's not the mist pass, so unable to get for this particular material the good value here. If I get this, I just will disrupt. Let's check something here. Okay, so we can sort of fix the flat thing with... But now I'm afraid of what this value would do to the rest of the composition. Made it slightly darker. It's still acceptable, right? So let's check anything here. That is okay for the rocks, right? And let's look here. Long time we don't get her into the play. Yeah, I think she suffered from this flat compositing her face, but otherwise also there's the grease pencil. No, it's there. Okay, so I'm not sure here what's oh yes, there is the I see the okay, the sun is fake sun is causing that because it's like from the top it's just fake sun anyways, it doesn't render. These suns will render from all directions. The workbench, there is a shading specific, but it should be very soft. These are just not good enough, so yeah, it's too soft. Her skin's not getting too much detail, and possibly this was the result of the... I'm gonna make a test here. No, it's about the same thing. So this is... it's like all my work has gone to trash. No, not all my work, but something... I don't know what I did. Let's try something here. Yeah, but first okay, so we're gonna get the workbench to match, but actually gonna try to see what happens if we get more lights to the workbench. Can it improve the lighting of EV? If I'm not wrong, this gets updated, so we cannot compare. The results seems useless. So we're gonna keep it by default. No, default is 1, yeah. Okay, let's pick this angle and I need to keep researching how to improve brightness on EV. Okay, this could work, so it doesn't seem too destructive. So instead of doing this, we could try 0.75 maybe. It's a lot. It seems to work, but I'm confused about it's just an impression that this was brighter, much brighter, because I'm suspecting that it updates from here, even though we don't see that it's a global value that will apply to both. If it does, that will be a total bug. It's hard to visualize in these settings. without taking a screenshot of the screen at the exact moment it shows. But we can try, let's see, one. Okay, one is actually good, but seven already. Okay, let's try this. That seems reliable. Okay, so it's more than double what we had, and I think this seems a good one. So we're gonna pick this one. We're going to don't need the camera here. We're gonna pick the character. Take off simplify, it will help us, yeah, a smoother posing here. We can actually, let's make her sit here. See that the bone is not broken. This is a glitch, no problem. Something happened to the face, no, just another. It's the clip. Yeah, I don't need to. It's not a problem anymore now. Clip start. It was just glitch for not the flat. Oh, there's something about the neck for the rig that I need to remember. Okay, that's good enough. We are seeing there, Control Alt 0, numpad 0. Scroll down the mouse so we can get smoother motion here. Let's try. No, we are here. I'm looking there as well. Gonna change this camera setting. Something here is not good when we are assessing these limits here. They are not good for this sensor. I think is distractive. We can take off. Name camera appears here. Yeah, this is okay. And this thing we're gonna go up to here. Yeah, some things are a bit too brilliant. Not satisfied with the shadings, but it is feasible with some more readjustments. We're gonna save this, by the way. So here we can of course use a bunch more of those settings here. Let's see if we can do anything here. No, what? No, this is the wrong spot. Okay. This will neutralize the procedural textures. Okay, let's try instead some switches here. Then we have this thing here. Whatever, we are just trying to... No, this is not showing the nature re-render to find it big. I suspect this is a... No, it's just the shadow there. This is linear, very ugly. This is a posterize from EVA, if I'm not wrong. It will create... Well, that's not bad. Strange colors, but... And then to finalize... So, was that really? Yes, it was the posterize version. This is the Ultra CGA graphics, old school. Okay, I'm just gonna render this for collection, but we can do much better if we keep this in this direction. But this is just for certain shots. Can give some nice atmosphere to it. So here we're gonna go back. It takes time to returning. We have a hell of stuff happening there in space. Alright, so just trying to visualize what you've got as a whole. Also here, let's render this. Yeah, it's not too different from what I was having before, but I think I'm losing something about the brightness. I have to compare, let's see the advantage and disadvantage and see what I can do to improve this, but it's already feasible. This is what matters. But I don't like this in relation to other renders, that yeah, the darks are a bit too dark, so maybe this color balance thing that I need to readjust now to this new setup. And so it's like there is a huge gap in the what is darker. It's really darker, or not so dark, but it's quite dark. Like here you see, we barely see any. And what is bright, then it is just too bright, and there's lacking some in between, right? There are some in-betweens, but it looks like there are some clusters that so we don't have certain range of mid-tones are just destroyed. It works well in certain areas, but it's as a whole is problematic. This viewport here, for example, is not good because it's too dark, so it also has problems. And of course, if we use the fake sun here just for visualization, pre-visualization, is a little better, but it's not composited with the workbench here. So this is bright, is good, but it's not super interesting. I think this is more softer, right? There are many. Now, of course, there's glare. There are a lot of stuff going on here, so this is way more appealing. This is just cool, and like this is maybe good for a gaming atmosphere, something like fast, performative. It's clean, it's pixelated, colorful, but it's maybe a bit too carnival, right? It lacks compositing, so there is where we need something more advanced. And let's make a last shot here of what you see here. Yeah, and this is okay. This is doing well with my purpose. So we don't need to be doing this space landscape anymore for now. So just props, desk, it's just this and then the plant. So two big assets, and we're gonna then try, yeah, so tomorrow I'll be back, of course, doing this every day to get as much as I can, experience and progress, and it's working. So tomorrow I will, this is the camera clipping range. So this would be one way to prevent the clipping from the workbench, but on those very far objects I think it is oh yeah, it was here that you can, and apparently this okay, what is that then? Ah, clips start here, okay. So yeah, there's not the same value there, and maybe this is different from UV and Workbench. I think they are matched. Okay. Okay, so another thing is to then go back to Dorothy and make the rig. Yeah, finish the rig. There's some character design adapted rig that I need to remake for the eyes, change the mesh rest position, and plenty. I cannot access the character here on edit mode, she's linked. Library override is not enough for this case, so this will be for tomorrow, and we're gonna try to make at least one of these assets, and then because I need to focus now on the character. So essentially room assets, this is the more complex one. It has maybe the waves of these two assets there, so it will be time consuming most likely, and these ones are whatever. The desk is the fundamental, the other are tiny stuff. There is still this thing to uncover if I can isolate grease pencil line art for compositing, so I can manipulate there that from the compositor in many ways, like with masks, focusing on, I don't know, I'd like to have some control there. I can try to make a quick search here, maybe it could be interesting. Let's see if I've already searched. I don't know if I found anything. I don't remember having found any answer, but if we try here, let's see, compositor, sorry, Blender compositor grease pencil line art. Yeah, so there should be a lot of content about this, but how to separate the grease pencil in a different collection to your drawing. Then you need to see, okay, so this could be an interesting question. Compositing node extract only, yeah, this is nice. So line art, so is there something about include grease pencil in render? Yeah, this is exactly the kind of thing that I'm looking for. So let's see what we can get from these guys. Yeah, I try to use a grease line art to modify to outline its intersections for the environment. For that, I've learned to separate the grease from all other art surfaces. Is there a way to separate grease from everything else from first modification? Then you can do this by having your baked line art objects in different color. This is bad because not bad, it's very limited, because baking the line art means that have to do this. It's very, it will define every the instance, not be versatile. They need to say, I think, if I understand baking for that, you need to set up two view layers so that one renders your geometry and one your line art pattern of separating colors. You can then composite this together as So baking, that is terrible. I want to keep it procedural. I'm working on a mission reverse. I have found and then eventually I want to feature composer with the noise. Is there a way to do this now? Will I have to render so I have to but when I do that, the gristle gets removed from the final render. Hey guys, want to show bake line art bake line art, then deactivate other collections and won't disappear. Bake line art. Create a new render layer 100% to new collection. Deactivate except the base fence in the new. You'll use the render layers input node of the compositor, but focusing on the grease pencil outline. Ah, yes. Then you can probably use that other thing, which is the invert mask in the outliner, but not mentioning here. Yeah, here there's a. Okay, let's complete reading. Deactivate all the other collections except in this new render layer. Except in the new render layer you created. Now you should have the default collection render layer and the grease pencil render layer. Switch another window to a compositor. Shift D the render layer you have. Yes, low part duplicate node, yes, about choose your grease pencil, yeah, the render layer, then render your animation, decompose your mount using alpha over in the compositor. The render of the animation composer mixture. Yeah, so I don't know, there's a tutorial here, we're just gonna watch that later, but yeah, this is interesting information. Work like a shows up while I'm trying to use the noise tool. It's not. Yeah, no, I don't care about those things. So here, but I'll save this. Maybe I can read this later in more detail. Extract only last one. Now there's still two things here. Now let's see if there's anything here regarding composition over scan. Now this is a big topic about line art modifier. Yes, sure. Only be about line art. Composition overscan to optimize render blender can result in strokes on the object. This value prevents this by the okay image boundary. No bake, let's bake line art stroke for line start and rent. Okay, after baking will be deactivated automatic. Okay, no, nothing interesting here for rapid results. Extract only grease pencil lines. Not extract only lines using yes. Is there a way to design? Try setting the object path to grease pencil, but doesn't seem to be mask corrected. Then will be compositor. For case should move all the objects to hold out. Yes, this what I was forgot the name. All the objects into a holdout collection. Okay, we make the holdout collection for stuff and make the background so they'll be masked and make the background transparent. This can be a problem. To activate holdout. No, I think I have this already. With the alert, select the filter drop runners, okay, the restriction toggles, okay, runners, okay, good. This when you render line art with the empty background, it should be usable as a render layers, yes. Node with the compositing. Okay. So this is good explanation, not going until the end, but for specific case. So let's try to do something with this. There are at least two ways we could. I think the holdout is more like direct. I don't know. It seems like more feasible. This will break my workbench again, but it's fine. We're gonna refresh that. So we need to, yeah, we're gonna bring the grease pencil into here first, the background. So we will also place it like here. And we're gonna get these elements. And why this is here? Okay, just accidentally dropped out. So I'm gonna bring these two collections into here. So instead of duplicating link this stuff, we just make this a little bit simpler. Collection. Not collection. Okay, so this means that all this stuff will receive. So we're gonna change here this grease pencil to gonna change the modifier here to target the actual here. Okay, we can drag, drop. Okay, then okay, this all fine. We're gonna change this so the lounge line art, then we are not gonna change those things, just change that. So now we need to create a render layer here. This is this isolation for something else, right? I have a problem here. Could it be that the lack of isolations here was causing the background elements to be brighter? Well, unsure. But this is certainly suspicious. Okay, then we get the main, and now we're gonna like just duplicate something here, like we're gonna duplicate this maybe. Yeah, copy settings. Okay, I'm gonna call this space line art, and here is where we need to, yeah, I'm gonna do a holdout for everything here. Not sure this is unsure how this is gonna work, but oh yeah, here, okay, do this. We have problems here. I want to check if this is affecting the other stuff in real time. No, this is... It's not like the... It's not like the scene. This is... will be linked between the scenes, the linked duplicate scenes, but not between themselves. So we can isolate, for example, this background, and no, not here. And here we can de-isolate, and no, I was wrong. Okay, so this is a problem. So how can I solve then if... Okay, so some features, they are... Okay, strangely... Yeah, some features like this are... Okay, so we don't want to render this stuff, but we want to hold out, but it's not like this, right? Oh, we can just try then. Let's just take a last look here. Yeah, this remains like this. Let's read. Now I don't have the information more. Okay, so that should isolate the grease pencil. This is the effect of the holdout. No. It's of course this. I mean the grease pencil one, and this view layer. Okay, then Where is the... Okay, I think it's here, yeah. The background, yeah, the background is just... Alright, so if the line art renders dispenser collection in the compositor, if we recall this thing, this is why we need the transparent background here, which I do not have. I would need to make a new... Okay, let's leave this outside and let's... No. We don't have these possibilities here. I need a new render engine or new scene to have this kind of control happen. Okay, let's just render something here. We need to get a strong grease pencil here, so okay, so something happened. We saw the isolated grease pencil, but we don't have a transparent background, so it's not that important. Maybe we can... Okay, first let's see what happens if we try to... Strangely, I have transparent. Okay, because these are the these are the scene, right? So we can isolate this stuff. Like, let's try to... This is cool, right? But we need to... Okay, white is black. While here is transparent. We're gonna get the EV to yeah, I'm gonna try this transparent thing. Let's see. Okay, so except for some glass reflection here, we were able to isolate this grease pencil. Yeah, but what do we do with this now? If we have this in output in the compositor, then I could place yeah, there's no indicator of geometry. It doesn't recognize anything except geometric areas, right? It's very stupid. So not even depth I think it can recognize. So but of course we could input depth data into it, so we could like mist, for example. That means that we can do some variations of the, yeah, so for example we could control the thickness maybe of this. No, not even that, because this is already rendered grease pencil. So it's more about changing the color, the opacity, maybe the brightness, the contrast. Can be nice, but it's not super useful. So in this sense, because I really don't want to be making a new scene for that, but it might be plausible, but unless it would be really cool something really cool to do, which I think it's not. I don't find a clear way how it would be controlled. So the other way that so again, I didn't end up here empty-handed. I was able to isolate it from the compositor with some tricks, but we're not gonna. So this background is this correct? Yes, this is correct. It's like this. Maybe something here is not properly isolated. this is horrible to check. Yeah, it's not here, the problem is not this. Okay, so the background is fine like that. So, and this grease pencil sort of worked, but we need to bring the transparency to the world, and this is what I don't get. And also, if I look at this, they would be part of the rendering, so it's not of this isolated grease pencil, so it's not good, right? So that's why we need to so take this off would actually be necessary. So and also now I'll isolate everything, right? So hold out is different, so we could just do this and there we go. And then we need to take off the world with transparency. Yes, so this to get the grease pencil. So it's not even a question of these holdouts, but I leave it there. Maybe we still need them for something. Here we have, so here we don't have the same. This could cause some issues, so let's, no, I leave it there because I'm gonna probably be refreshing this later. Anyways, then the other way would be, of course, to one thing that I know already how to do is to make different what is this? Weight factor? No. No, this doesn't have. Wait. Yeah, this is still one modifier, but this one draws. This one will tint. Maybe this one is lighter. So this can be interesting. Let's make a test here. So I'm gonna leave this at, leave it at 10 because we want to see big stuff. So we're gonna have a tint 1, tint 2. So here we're gonna we'll try with dark corridors, although no, hold on, this is not what I thought. No, this is it's not the same thing. I was probably wrong here. So you'll need to do like a different one, for example Shift D this. We can even calculate the extra time it takes. So my idea is to, yeah, let's use the character. I'll place the camera here. I'm gonna focus the camera on Dorothy and some assets around her, sufficient to see the lines. So we're gonna first, we'll have to, I'm gonna save here, we're gonna reposition some collections here, and okay, there's another way to do this. We can, but that can be heavy, so we're gonna just take her out of this. And so the first one will render everything that is inside the grease pencil line art collection. It includes, yeah, includes the dark order, so all this, but except the linked rig model, that would be whatever is in this collection. I'm not gonna invert because it's everything else that is outside a certain collection. That could be costly for the experiment that I want to make. So here we're gonna try to, yeah, I'd like to have a tint here, but probably we'll have to adapt this manually. So I want to make something very distinctive so that you can, okay, but what is, this affects a peculiar material. I was thinking this would affect, okay, so I have a problem here. Maybe we can add an effect here, colorize. Can I decide which? No, actually I cannot decide. It will colorize all of them. The whole grease pencil, right? So this is the line art is thickness. If I could target certain elements with certain, I need different layers, I see, to materials or layers. So I need to return to the basics of this grease pencil. Currently it has, this thing is black, or yeah, it's black, but we're tinting, right? So this probably is a bad idea, but okay, we can try layer 2. It's empty, affected by lights, why not? Wow, we can tint something from here. Okay, let's try this. And so tint works for I know this works even on a solid black material. So we're gonna disable this because we're gonna try here to tint her with, yeah, it's the same material but it's a different layer with different effect. So yeah, right, gonna apparently nothing happened. Could be that we need to fix these collections. Where is the character? Okay, the character vanished from the workbench scene, so let's delete this one and let's remake. Link copy, then here workbench, then we get here the workbench, we want transparency and we want to make sure the compositor for the workbench is deleted. No news nodes, let's go back to EV and here update. Workbench here, main, yes. Okay, now we're gonna try to render on EV, let's see what happens. Tint on the character for the don't seem to be working. Okay, so I'm gonna try to make a new material here. I'm gonna just change this to, I don't know, this pale blue, not fill, just stroke. Then we come up here. We're gonna change the material. We immediately see of course, no, of course nothing. That thing that I did for the layer was apparently useless, so this is what works. We're gonna compare now the time it takes to, so maybe we need to start focusing on the on the materials. Took 10 seconds. We'll have to, yeah, it's less grease pencil, so this will be cheating. Won't have the full consideration here unless we place the okay. Seems to have taken more time. 10 seconds. Maybe it is not the right thinking. Okay, I'm unsure what happened here, so I'm gonna take this off. Okay, looks like every time I change here the linked collection gets lost from the workbench, mysteriously disappears. So you can't be doing this for keep making tests. What you could do is just focus on the grease pencil. So this took 9 seconds. Let's try to make more tests. So the problem is here let's take, for example, the hair. The hair could be a of course this will override, so it's all bad tests here to be doing this here. But at least I've learned something about, it's not super costly, but feels like 10 seconds is a lot. We're gonna come back to a previous file, and then we're gonna make tests with just the base one. I think it's less than 10 seconds. My experience was much faster, maybe 6 seconds. Alright, so now the modifier. So if this little change here that we've made, even if we're adding makes a big difference, a big jump in the rendering, then we'll be able to realize so this is Link Dorothy, this is just the hair, and this is okay. well, we don't see, I don't see anything new on the hair, but we see we can have different grease pencils from the background and the character and that kind of stuff for each asset. That could be nice actually for many reasons. So, and it doesn't seem to add too much more time or anything like that. To render grease pencil enable combined and Z passes. I don't know why it is asking me this, but let's see. I have, yes, I have. I'm not using them, but yeah, might be useful. Anyways, I'm gonna take, it's taking about 10 minutes, right? So let's 10 seconds, not minutes. So we're gonna load here. Let's see what we've got. This is okay, this unbroken scene. Then we have this stuff. Okay, we have one material and the grease pencil is just very, yeah, I was making this test, but no, I just delete and just gonna keep the line art and we're gonna render this as it is. And yeah, so I wasn't, no, it took indeed 10 seconds, so it's not adding. Okay, so having without grease pencil, I think the assets outside is what's taking $10. Yeah, possibly I have too many more things outside there too, but they are not appearing to render, so they shouldn't be processed, so I'm not sure. It's still fast and maybe we can do this, so like it will take more time to prepare, and but if it's not taking more time to render, then it's great idea. So what I think I can do will be to slowly, gradually be improving this thing. And so, although I have not found the solution, right, we can say that this is done. Composer has improvements for. So this we're not gonna care about this stuff anymore. Materials room, we sort of fix that, and final notes. So we are really going for the last props modding on in what regards this scene, and that's it. Something like yeah, and here I still unsure how to solve this, and this is just another problem. Investigation, fix line or revise. Okay, so this can be an interesting thing. This is about grease pencil, but it's not bad. It's just a detail that for the future will. Let's see, where's the grease pencil? Something. Many details here actually could be set for the future, but essentially that's it, folks. We got these assets to complete here and the rig, and so this is why I believe this can be done in a matter of days, less than 1 week. And if I focus today, also I missed rigging the character. I was too involved in the scenery, this crazy stuff, but it's progress, and that matters a lot. So slowly but certain, and by so in the weekend, along the weekend, I expect to be really diving on her cartoon rig completions, and that should be then we're gonna face the adventure, the real stuff, narrative stuff. And I hope to be how to say streaming the production process also, not just this pre-production. It's actually not exactly pre-production if we mean industrial standards, because in CG art, maybe you know, maybe you don't, but for me it's a sort of weird because I come from 2D background experience. So in 3D, stuff like modeling characters, modeling assets, texturing, those are all production stages. So they are not pre-production stuff. So I'm just calling this modeling, texturing, shading, composite. All these things for me is pre-production because because I need this stuff to tell the story, to start making the storytelling part, which is and so this is so it's a different approach to production, right? So this is why I'm calling this in a specific way pre-production, but it in principle it wouldn't be for 3D, for CG art. Then CG art would consider production like 3D layout for 3D animation and rendering. So those things will be, if I remember well, I've checked the main stuff for production stage. And but this everything now I mean all those things plus the modeling, the rigging, yeah, even rigging, all this is production stage. For me this makes no sense, but yeah, it makes sense, but after thinking a little, but it's like you do that when you have you need to think like that apparently when there is a team. So everyone specializes in something like modeling, so okay, go do the production of modeling, right? But in my case, in case like a small team or individual or stuff like that, it's if you have to do everything, you cannot be animating and with the model that is ready. No, you need to complete the modeling, just then after the rigging, then everything, and then you can only when those things are completed, then you can go for a next stage, the animation. The order doesn't change, but the fact that there is just one person working at it, it makes the focus of the production completely different in that aspect, that the team won't be producing animation until those models, those rigs are ready for, while in studio some people will be like cascading stuff in multiple things. So for example, while a rigger would be rigging a dog character, okay, the animator is already animating a character which was already rigged previously. So this cascading thing, so logic, right? And it happens somewhat in here, but like I might be designing a new model sheet for another character, yes, but it's much less impactful the way if I start to think as animation modeling as production, like production will be very meaningless for me, because for me the production here is making the 3D webcomics, like drawing the page or something like that, and making the shots, right, for the dialogues and all that. So thanks for watching, folks. That was it for today. Tomorrow there will be more. If you're inclined to participate, so and follow. Thanks anyways. So hope you're liking the content, and this could be somewhat inspirational. So take care and happy blendering. Have a nice weekend and see you soon, folks. Enjoy.